And this is how you mount a crappie on a carved body. Okay, we got a really big crappie, as you can tell, pretty good size. I think I'm going to do a right turn on him. So this is how I'm going to skin out. We're going to carve a body for him. Yeah, I think I'll go that route. Usually I'll start at the end. Go right up under the scales. Try to get as close to the end. I'm right above the fin rays. And of course my arm is in the way, of course. But my goal is to get right up under the skin here. And of course I got a new blade. Now if we want to get measurements and order a body, depending on where you order it, you may have to go from the center of the eye to the base of where the scales stop on the tail. A lot of times you go from like the back of the gill cover, like right here on the end, and go all the way down to the end of where the scales stop before the tail starts. That's usually like your A measurement. Some of them still go the total length. Depends on where you order it. Oh my gosh. This is over 17. It's an 18-inch crappie. Look at that. He's a monster. An absolute monster. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Then we go the girth. If you're ordering a body, pretty much any fish body. Now whether it's A, B, or C, not sure about that, but you do go the girth. This guy's like about 13 and a half, I guess. But you get the idea. But we're going to carve a fish body. So that's all going to be not as important. Okay. Kind of go back here. Going up under the scale, but above the fin rays. That's basically what's going on here. Okay, there's that one. Now we have to see, we cut the scales right through there. And I've showed this several times in other videos. And now we go up from the center of that. We want to go as centered as possible. Basically go right here to the collarbone and then even cut to the collarbone. Now I can do a pack mount or carve a body. I've got my options here. Make sure the fin's out of the way so we don't cut through the fins there. Now raise up his gills and that being, so basically I'm going to cut through the collarbone. It's real thick up there, but it's nothing you can't handle with a good pair of shears. You know, the bigger the fish, the harder it is to do this. Now what I do, just behind the gills, we'll go ahead and turn it so you can get a better view. Just behind the gills you see I try to get as close to the last gill before the body. You know, you want as much skin as you can in case you got a wrap or something. In case you got a... You see how I made that incision? Okay. See how close I am to that last gill? Pretty close. And I cut all the way. Staying as close as I can, which is kind of helps. Trying to do it where you can see, but you get the idea. Okay. And then you go the same way upwards, back towards close to the gill as possible. You see how I cut right there behind the gills, and I save all that skin. And now I get, I forget what you call them, the fish skinner. Get them out of the taxidermy catalogs. They're serrated, but softly serrated. Basically, you ride up under the skin, and you see that membrane, and basically all you're doing is scraping the membrane from between the skin and the meat, and it separates everything. So that's kind of what we got going on there. See, the skin and the meat is separating, and so that's, and basically we split the skin until we get to the fin rays, and then we got to cut through the fin rays to get the body out. So, and what we want to try to do is, well, I'm going to carve a fish body for this crappie. So the more meat I can keep on the fish, the better off I'm going to be as far as size and everything. So okay. A lot of people do the pack mount for these panfish, which most of the time that's what I do for my crappies. But they want to make sure this guy got everything, you know, as far as size. So I'm going to go ahead and carve a body for him. Okay, right up here, right behind, there's a collarbone, and under the skin, you know, behind where he made that incision, that collarbone is. There's some joints right here. Basically, this needs to, basically I cut through the collarbone below the fin, and it makes it where it'll fold over. You know, this part will fold over and I can skin him out right. But to do that, I got to cut through this collarbone. It goes right through here, all the way down to about here. So, yeah, it's definitely in my best interest. Cut through that collarbone, get this guy to separate. I'm thinking about it right. Yeah, the closer I can get to the fin, the better off you are. Oh, there it goes. See how it snapped? I cut through the collarbone, it just kind of peels over. That's what you want. And all all this up under the gill that I skint, I can get it now. It'll come undone. There we are. That's just peeling down. It's coming off the collarbone actually. So that collarbone is still attached to the skin. At least we broke through it where we can, this part will come down. Oh, look at that. That's what it's supposed to be right there. I bring this down until I get to the raise. Oh, I'm at the raise on that guy. Okay. Okay. Now we get to the raise down here. I get behind without going through the other side. And I cut through those rays where they go into the body. So I can feel with my thumb that I'm not going through the other side. But those spinal rays from that fin, they connect to the body. So in other words, to take the skin and the fin rays and all that off at the same time, you've got to cut through fin rays, which is what we're doing here. Pretty sure this is just a black crappie, but he's big. He's a big one. They will hybridize with white crappie, and one of the ways you tell the difference between the white and the black is the number of spiny rays on their spiny dorsal. So that's the main difference on those guys. Okay. We went through the fin rays there. There's the anus right there. Go ahead and cut through that real quick. See, also these front fins, these pelvic fins, I gotta cut through those. So basically you kind of know what's going on, pretty much so. Okay, cut through those. There we are. All this is separating right here. This goes all the way up to the where we finished cutting. Okay. Now what I need to do is get up in here and snip. There we are. So I snip that. That is released from the there we are. See right up here? Now all that can Okay. Now, kind of get the idea. You do the same thing to this side. Pretty simple. You cut through the rays so you can take the body out. And leave the fin rays on the skin. So, then we'll use the body to make our fake body. We'll just match it up real good. So I'm just up under the skin and leaving what I can on the body. The only other bone you got to cut through up here is the spinal cord and these fin rays on the upper part, of the body. So the dorsal, spiny dorsal, and the soft dorsal. Got that separated. Okay, there we are. So we got that, and now we just peel it up. I start from the rear and go forward is what I do, as far as getting the body out. But you can make some pre-cuts, like you can cut to the spinal cord for the most part to get a lot of the main stuff, you know. This time just get in there and separate the skin from the meat. Okay. May have to do a little bit more cutting up in here. Yeah. Okay, now we're at the fin rays, or we're really close anyway. What I like to do, I like to go from the rear, and okay, this is behind the soft dorsal. You know, if you're using a fish body, you don't have to be, you have to be super neat with trying to maintain the integrity of the body on the inside, but we're going to use it to carve a body. So actually I should have done it before I skinned the fish out, which I can still do it, but let's see, not a super necessity, but let's find a piece of cardboard. Yeah, probably should have done it this way. You know, on a duck body, you use the inside, so I guess I was kind of thinking a little bit like I was doing a bird or something for some reason, but okay. Basically, you go right here. Then I'll do this to indicate where a fin starts. And in this case, both of them. And here, go out with the body. There's where the spiny dorsal starts. Right there. And it ends right here. Then you go around. You go around right here. You go this way. You go up to here and you indicate where the spiny dorsal starts, or the soft dorsal. And then where the spiny dorsal stops right here, then you go. It's kind of where the brain pan is on one side, and here's where it is on the other, or the bottom part. Okay. This is what we got right here. So no, that's where the whole dorsal fin area thing, everything. This spiny. So I just kind of guesstimate what it's going to look like. So it'll be like that. This is where the anal fin is. You know, the pectoral fin is. Or the pelvic, I mean. The pectoral's up in here, so you're not going to see it, per se. And we got this. And, of course, that's where the gullet is right here. So, that's where the so you get the idea. There's his tail, and so forth. Now we've got a good replica, and we'll use that to carve out on a piece of foam. And yeah, he's going to be a right turn. We'll write it down so we don't forget. RT, right turn. Okay, we went to the dorsal. Let's see if we go all the way up here. I think we did. You just don't want to go for the other side. So I'm feeling with my fingers, and I can feel it bumping up against the skin. And you can see I'm cutting through all those rays, those dorsal fin rays. But now, the only thing we got left is the tail. And here again, go just up under the skin, cut through those rays, and I can feel with my fingers so, so I know I'm not cutting through the other side. Here we go. Okay, now we should be able to just start, you know, skinning that tail off. Sometimes you get some tough stuff that you can run an X-Acto knife over and get it right off. Sometimes even a pair of scissors will help get some of this tough stuff that don't want to come undone. And you just work your way forwards. Now we'll go ahead and get the eyes too while we're at it. Basically, I get behind the eye, cut in and go all the way around inside the eye socket behind the eyeball. Just like you do on a duck or anything else. You know, that where you use the original skull or something. And then you pluck his eye out. Make sure you get eye measurements too. That helps. Of course, if you order a body, a lot of times the eye measurement comes with it, but it is. Okay. I might help it out with an X-Acto knife just to get it started a little bit here. But I'll get this little tool again. Depending on the size of your fish too. But you can go in some kind of breaking that stuff loose. Oh yeah, here's how we go. Okay, we go in with our X-Acto knife. This is usually the first thing I do. Then I go up to the top, you know, where the meat ends inside the cheek. Then I'll turn around and go to the other side. Try to get the bottom of the bone on the other side of the meat. You know, still in the cheek. But seems to work. Go up here, circle around, try to get up under the meat if you can. Maybe easier said than done. But a little borax in there. Stick it in there to help you out. Get in there and try to get that stuff real good. Okay, now getting the cheek better, I'm going to turn it upside down. And I use a pair of forceps or heliostats, and it's going to be the kind that has a bend. I think it works good for the cheeks. It's better if you got a bend. And just grab hold of this cheek meat and start pulling it out. And it usually doesn't take a whole lot. But you go in there, grab it, pull it out. Go in there, grab it, pull it out. Sometimes you get big old chunks of it, like that. That's all cheek meat right there. And you toss it, and you just keep doing what you gotta do to. After a while, you get a feel of kind of like when you know you've done pretty much good enough. You know, if you don't do real good, when it dries, it's going to have pits in it. Its cheek will. So you want to make sure you get the meat out good enough so you don't have, you know, a pitted looking cheek, which I've seen on some people's work. It don't look good. And and a lot of times you can go in with your finger later and feel. See if you've got any meat still left in there. But just give it a good honest effort and you're going to be good to go. You can do the other other side of the face the same way. So that's how you do it. There's usually another cut that we do, and it's right up in here. It's the spinal cord where it goes out into the fish. Well, it kind of goes to the bottom of the brain pan. There it is. And I just cut right through it. There's all that has been cut. Okay. And we don't need we're using the outline of the body, so it's not as important to try to be super neat with the body now. I mean, we just need to get it out, basically. That's our number one goal now. So I'm going to start with the back here at the tail. And basically cut through the scales without losing a bunch of scales. And if you have to, throw a little borax on there as you go. Makes you feel a little better. I can even go up like this with him and get a better view. He's coming off nicely. My main goal is to get the body out so I can skin him out as good as I can and get him in the borax solution, because a lot of people like to wait 24 hours or something like that, which we'll probably do 24 or 48 hours. Now if you put him in water and denatured alcohol, he'd last indefinitely. You know, you could get him next week if you wanted to, or the week after, because denatured alcohol, that's some stout stuff. Borax is what I like to mount a lot of my fish with, and I don't think they'll last that long. You know, they'll start going bad. So the drying process is really important with the borax. You want to preserve him, take long enough to preserve him in the water and borax, which basically I just keep stirring borax in the water until it starts building at the bottom, and I know that I got it saturated with borax. You know, the soaking solution that I soak the skin in and preserve it. So basically you just keep pouring borax in like a 5-gallon bucket with water until no matter how much you stir it, the borax starts building up at the bottom, and that's when you know that you have saturated the water with borax. That's what you want, and then you stick your skin in it and preserve it. And that's how we do it. And you can kind of see, I'll try to help you out, let you see. Not getting all the meat off real good, but we are trying. Ordering an artificial body has its positives. You know, you don't have to worry about carving a body and all that stuff. So, but okay, all this comes off. Still attached a little bit, that's good. Okay, this is fin raise the pelvic. Or pectoral, I mean. Yeah, these are the pecs. Gotta cut through those pecs to get them as good as you can. And then gotta cut through the pecs. It's just a bunch of bone and meat there, and I just kind of blindly cut through it, you know, as good as I can. Right there. What you end up with is like a bunch of meat next to it, is cartilages and all that junk. So here's what we got so far. Okay, here we are. Okay, we are getting close. Let's see what we got here. Right here. That's the, okay. Just kind of doing this so you can see. But yeah, we're getting close. We keep taking this down. A lot of this can go ahead and come out. I kind of manhandle it a little bit, but I mean, if it's in the way, you can take it off. So we're gonna take it off, kind of get it out of the way. And on this side some. Right here. This is just bodies. I mean, it doesn't need to be on here, so we'll go ahead and snip it off. There's some rib cages or whatever there. And throat latch. Got to cut through the throat too. Then you toss the body, you won't need it no more. And now we've got all this we got to take out. We've got a little bit of meat down here. Kind of gizzard looking thing there. But now basically all the meat that we didn't get off has got to come off now. Now I'll start with the middle of the body here. I get what's in the middle of the body. That's the part that we want to get while it's the freshest. Go ahead and get it done. So I'm just raking off meat that is on the center of his body. It's coming right off. Some people use spoons. Back before they had tools, people would scrape all this meat off with just the back of a spoon. So you got some options there if you don't have one of these. but I like using them. The serration comes in handy. So basically you're left with just the skin. If you've ever skinned a fish out, you kind of get the idea. That little silvery back of the skin, that's after you get all the meat off, that's what you got. Borax kind of dries things out, helps you get a better bite. That's why I like using borax on this critter here. You want to get all the meat off, because if you don't, you'll have like pits in your mouth, and you'll feel them and you'll see them, and it's more work for you to have to do later. So. Try to get all these off. There's little striations and tendons or whatever. I don't know what you call it, but it's on the meat. Sometimes it wants to grab a little bit. Okay, now right here, this is the tail fin, or the anal, I should say, caudal fin. Okay, I go all the way, I rake under that meat, in between the skin and the meat. I go all the way up to the rays. I do that on that side, and also do it on this side. Scrape up under that meat and go all the way to the rays with it. Now, let me show you. I'll grab my I'll grab the fins with these two fingers. And you can start at the back. I'll get my shears and cut through those rays and the meat both, because I scrape the meat off up to the rays. Now I just push it up with my fingers, push down with my shears to get a better bite, and that's what you come up with. This is a tough old fish. And you may have to repeat the process a couple of times. This meat doesn't want to come off too easy sometimes. Okay, now I'm going in right up under the rays. I'm kind of bringing it out a little bit, trying to be kind of tender with it, but and it's in as good as it's going to be on this side. Okay, and then I can go over it again. Getting as close as I can. Push up on those rays so I can snip them off as close to the skin as I can get. If you look closely, that's all bone right there. But even though it's bone, you want to snip as much of that bone off as you can, where it's, there we go. See how smooth that looks? And all this right here is just meat, it'll come off. You do all the fins that way. Now also I like to, like around here, all this right here, this is the throat area. See, all this meat will kind of just peel off too, so. Right here. Right around this, this is the side, this is the back side. A lot of times I'll cut all this off anyway, because it's going to be on the back, nobody don't see it. Some people leave it and just don't care, you know, it's going to be on the back side. But if you do decide to cut it, all you gotta do is cut around it. You don't have to worry about trying to skin, you know, be good with it or anything, because it's on the back side. Let's see right here. See, this is what it looks like, but you can go ahead and just cut around it. I mean, we're not going to use it, so. And it's going to be on the back side, so. This one we can cut around it, so. That's what I'm doing now. In other words, this is going to be a side up against the wall. Now, if you were doing a two-sided mount, you would want to keep all this stuff, so there's something to think about there. Okay, this can come down. Of course, if you needed extra fins, you've got extra fin you could save if you wanted to. But I don't need it. And this is the back side. No one's going to see whether it has a fin or not. So, in other words, it's going on the wall. So, all this comes off. Little borax can help you out if you need it. Come off pretty good right here. So. All this meat right here, loads of it, okay? I've heard of people like using like a cap full of Lysol or something when they put it in the preservative solution. So I don't know, I've never done that. Just throw straight borax in there and I'm good with it. Okay. Now these fins right here. You want to clean this up and get as much of the meat off as you can. Okay, all that come off. We got this right there. This is it's getting towards the anus. So we got a little bit coming off right there. That's good. Check that out. But we do have, right here where the fins were connected to the body, we got to trim that up. So I will come in and get as close as I can. And go up from underneath right here. And in the front, so we can go and get in pretty good that way. They're kind of together. There's like, I think there's a bone that actually connects both the fins. I have been known to cut through that bone, get in a little further that way. And here we are. I try not to make holes, but occasionally I do. It's not the end of the world if you do, but you always don't want to try to make a hole no matter what you do, but it's going to happen. It's not the end of the world if it does. You just do the best you can and let it be good enough. Yeah, that's plenty good enough right there. That's 2 fins there. That meat right there is coming off. It says it's around the anus right here. Okay, that's your fins. Now you got a little bit up here in the throat area. Let's see that. A lot of times that comes right off. This is the throat area. A little bit of borax in there. Let those hemostats do a good job for you. Right, here's a little bit of meat. You look at that throat area, the meat comes off pretty good there. So. Yeah, that's pretty well done right there. And right here, one slight hole. That's alright. Right here where this fin is, you see a lot of this can come off. Get some of that muscle out of there, it'll pit. I'll try to get that out of there. See what we can get with scissors here. Yeah, it'll come. Basically the cartilage connects a little bit right there, but we're good. Had a little bit of a boo-boo, but I'm not worried about it. And all that is pretty well done good. Okay. Now we got to worry about inside the, and what I'll do is I'll attack it from different angles. I'll go up from the top, from underneath. I know there's like part of the spinal cord from underneath. Twisting can help get a lot of this out. With a bigger fish, I'd have trouble doing this, but since it's a crappie, I'm going there, going from the top, going from the sides. Use your scraper a little bit if you can to get in there from the top. You can come the bottom in there a little bit. Okay. Okay. Now we grab some of our heavy duty hemostats and try to grab and get some of this meat out by twisting. Usually comes right out this way. And so far so good. Big old chunk of meat come out there. Try not to lose a bunch of scales, but it does happen. You end up losing some scales on these guys. It never fails. You'll be alright though. I'll make a good mount. Yeah, he's fine. Now, anything you might have missed, you can definitely get it now. So, okay, right up here, some of this meat come right off. Or it should anyway. I'm going to use a little X-Acto knife to help me out. There we are. Okay. All this comes off the seam here. This is for the back seam. We're going to get all that off. Here again, I'll go in from the bottom, the top, sides. Get as much of that brain pan and spinal cord out that I can. So I'll actually, sometimes I break it out. This bone, part of where the spinal cord starts. Grab a little bit more here and there. Make sure that hole is good and empty right in there, which it's not here. I gotta still do some cutting. Got the brain pan. You're cutting, hacking away at pieces of bone in there. Still bringing up bits of bone. Now it's getting good and empty. Just kind of keep digging that stuff out from inside his brain pan there. A lot of meat right there in that brain pan area. And if you're wondering what I'm doing, kind of like there's a little bit of bone right here on this ridge on this side, a little bit of bone on this ridge on the other side. So it's kind of what we got going on. Yeah, it looks pretty good to me. I got it as deep as I can go. And get this guy on the borax. He's popping a lot of scales, which crappies are bad for that anyway, but he'll be alright. So, I already showed you how to do the other eye, so that's kind of self-explanatory. Okay, I got water and borax solution. Basically what I do is I put enough borax in here where it's going to go to the bottom. I'll saturate it first. I get me a little stirring stick and just keep going around. And of course, this is not a truly round bucket. It's got a little bit of a flat side on the bottom. But I'll keep going around and just keep adding borax as I go and stirring it in. And eventually it'll start building up at the bottom. When that happens, you know the water has been saturated and you can't get any more borax in there. Then you just put your fish in there, make sure there's no bubbles in him anywhere, and let him start doing this thing. A lot of times I'll kind of like squeeze the cheeks a little bit, you know, in and out just to make sure there's no bubbles in there. And let him preserve, I think a minimum like 14 hours. A lot of people go a lot longer than that, like a couple of days. But, yeah, now we're going to start carving the body. Okay, and now remember we got the imprint on my fish. We're going to go ahead and cut out the tracing. Not the most ideal piece of cardboard, but it'll work. I could even cut it out with an X-Acto knife better than I can cut it with a pair of scissors, you know. But, okay. But let's try it. Yeah, heck with it. I want to break with tradition right away, so this is all I'm doing here. Cut off the excess that I'm not going to use. Make life a little easier for me. Okay, now it makes life a little easier for me here. See right here in the throat area, I definitely want to cut it too, so. Okay, it's going to be a right turn, so about right here, yeah, that'll work. gonna trace his body out. Oh, don't take much to get out of camera. So basically, trace his body out. Just went around, traced him out. That's what I got. Okay. Should have got a girth measurement too, but we'll be all right. Okay. Weird sounding. Okay, we got that. Now we'll go and get this. Save these for some more fish or something. Okay, now I've got here's the upper view. I should have traced it out, but I didn't do it. But if I did trace it out, here it is. So, and I've showed you on the do a trout. I do bass, trout, and several other fish. And yeah, you sit the fish up on his belly and you get the measurement that way. It's a rough measurement anyway. And then you shave it down. Because when you lay him there, his belly's flattening out, spreading out. So it's kind of rough, kind of guide anyway. And you end up shaving a lot of it off. But this is what I've got so far. I got me a little saw. This is good for like foam and stuff. It's not a hacksaw, because the hacksaw you can only go down so far. With this guy, you can keep on and cutting, if you know what I mean. That comes in handy. So I'll a little this off right now, so Ah, that'll work. Got a little bit right here I gotta get. And of course I've still got my little diagram there, my tracing if I need it, which I will. And we're gonna end up cutting a lot off this, of course, because he just way so big, you know. So. Okay. Well, here's what we got so far. I'm going to straighten up a little bit and then start shaving a little bit, and then we'll retrace the diagram out for the side. So basically I'm doing just the front and side. That's all I'm doing. And an oval shape. You want the top thinner than the bottom, so I'll explain that to you too. Okay, I'm going to make the imprint again on this side. And we're going to do this a few times because I've got to make sure I get him in the ballpark where he'll fit. I don't want to handle him too much. He's got some scales kind of popping off a little bit, so I don't want to mess around with him. Crappie are real bad for that anyway. Crappie and stripe seems like they're real bad for popping a lot of stuff off. But yeah, crappie are notorious for that. See, now he's got a slight right turn, and this is going to be the length determiner right here, and this is going to be the shape, I guess is the right word. So now I'll use this as a way to determine what I cut off from the side here. So what I'll do is I'll try to do it in a way that I don't, tear the foam, because that's, I don't like tearing foam, that's for sure. I'll get as close as I can without tearing the foam, that's okay. But There we are. Okay, we're good to go. And kind of get the idea. It's going to be a right turn. All that's coming along really good. Okay. Bandsaw would be gorgeous for this right here. I don't want to pay a lot of money for a new one. I'll get it in a good used one somewhere. Okay, so then from the top. There we are. Yeah, see, every time you make cuts, you're going to lose your outline of what you're working on. So be ready for that. You're going to lose your outline, but you can always, if you desire, you can trace it back in. Right here we got a little bit to cut off. Okie dokie, right here. Alrighty. I'm almost to the point where I'm ready to start carving, because I just don't want to damage anything. So it's going to make me want to naturally start carving stuff. There we are. Yeah, when you're messing with this foam, you're going to make a mess. No doubt. It's going to get everywhere. Okay, I roughly have my shape. I'm going with this. Now, I always like to do this. I even do it on my bird bodies sometimes. But I'll, from the top, it's going to be a right turn. So I'll make one center line right down the middle, and I may even kind of squint my eyes a little bit so I determine exactly where the middle of them is going to be. Okay, definitely right there. So right down the middle. Go just kind of roughly in the ballpark, you know. Then I can wheel the sides down to my heart's content, as long as I got that good sideline, you know, sideline or a center line. And I'll do it again on this side, right down the middle. Yeah, within as good as I can. Okay, one more on this side, right in the middle. Good starting point. That's his back. I'm gonna worry more about his back first, and we'll start rounding off the belly. Now this stuff comes off pretty good and quick too, so that's good. Got my empty box here. I'll probably use to get a lot of that stuff and brush it off down in there. So basically I got what's called a rasp. Now I've got a stout rougher. That'd probably do some good damage. That'd probably eat a lot of this stuff up too, I'm sure. But basically, I'll shave at 45-degree angles. Get all that stuff off. It controls how much you eat off too that way. You have to go to 45-degree angle and cut that sharp edge off. The very corner of it tends to help. I've also got sanding blocks. It comes in real handy for this soft foam. So we've got some awesome things to use that will get the job done quickly. Yeah, this right out here is not that big of a deal. So I'm going to start taking some of this off. This right here, you probably is more important for the cutting the very corner off, you know. Come in real handy. It just gives you a little something to guide yourself with. Well, I'll get back with you a little bit. What I'm going to do is flatten these sides out a little bit more. And then I'll do my 45-degree angle to that line. In other words, you're going to eat 45 on that side and 45 on this side. And I'm going to try not to eliminate this top line, if at all possible. We will eventually end up eliminating it because we're going to have to shave him to fit. So that's what we got going on. Just got to remember which way he's turning. He's turned that way. So. And we can take some off that bottom too if we want. Okay, now right now I am going to go. What I mean by 45-degree angle is if you're looking at it like from here, I'm going to take off that much going to the center line. So I'm going to be shaving it off at an angle, preferably about a 45-degree angle. If you follow me, that's kind of what I got going on. We gotta clean up this foam, make sure it goes everywhere. But that's the name of the game, that's part of it. You just have to stop and sweep and a little bit and start again. That's what you gotta do. side and kind of coming together. Do the other side. Oh, there's a lot of film footage right here to do this, so you get the idea. Then I'll re-put my lines back on and just keep narrowing him down that way until he starts fitting the templates a lot better. So that's kind of what I got going on. That's what I'm doing. So instead of wasting a lot of time, I'll show you that. Plus I got other videos on here showing the same thing. But eventually he's going to be pretty good shape. You know, good and perfect for the fish. So we're going to keep at it, and then I'll get back with you. Okay, I've got my knife. I'm gonna attempt to just go in here and cut the gullet area out and have a little bit of. Sometimes I'm not too perfect on this gullet area because I mean, it's around the head area. You got gills. You got so much right there that, you know, I don't let it bother me too bad if I'm a little bit, you know, maybe less than perfect. You know, I don't let it bother me. There we go. That's not too bad. A lot of times I'll go in there like this, and just like you do on a reel form sometimes, you know, to get them to fit good. Sometimes you gotta do this kind of stuff, you know, to get them to fit right. But what we're going to do is straighten up, and then I'll trace them out again on the side, maybe even the top. I think I'm about done with the top though. It's served its purpose. It's going to be a right turn. Still want to make that turn a little bit sharper. Basically what I'm doing is shaving off right here, trying to get the turn on it as much as possible. So I can, you know, I want the turn to show, or, you know, I want it to show a little bit. So basically the center line is, it's got a little bit of a turn, but not quite what I want just yet. Definitely want the belly to be the thicker part down here, and all this up here to be thinner. And to be honest with you, I'm going to take some of this off up here because he's still too thick. So just a little. And retracing, put my center lines back in, and go at it again. The center lines will have changed a little because, you know, the tail. You know, you want to bend in your tail. So because of that, the center lines have changed a little bit. I'm sure I was out of the camera for that. But basically, yeah. A little bit of a right turn. Still not enough bend that I like, but we'll get it back in. straighten up a little bit. We'll retrace the template back on there. And we'll start eyeballing it. And then we'll start doing some pre-fit to see if we can get it to fit. Okay. I've got a couple of little small areas. Right here in the tail, I definitely need to get this around. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and do it now. I'm sure they got like round sanding stuff that'll really get this stuff off even better than this. I'm sure of it. But this will work the way I'm doing it. I'm sure I'm backing out of the camera. I do that a lot. That's pretty good so far. Alright. Of course the top also does it. So you just gotta get her done. So I'm gonna go ahead and start. I think you kind of get the idea what's going on. So definitely wanting my tail to be round. I've had a bad habit of making my tails flat towards the end. So it's just something that you might want to work on as I will work on it myself. Okay. That's what I got so far. Okay. I'll probably go down a little bit all the way across on top. I can bring him down a little bit, so. But I get to a point where I'm not going to want to keep going down until I start pre-fitting to see how he fits. So we're getting there slowly but surely. Okay. We're getting close to the body's shape. A little bit of thickness in the tail still yet. So we'll work on that and get him a little better there. We're getting close, in other words. Okay. I'll look at him from the top, make sure he's even. You know, not too much taking off on one side than the other and all that stuff. So that's another reason for the gradient lines a little bit, to kind of help me with that. A lot of people are good enough, they can just eyeball stuff, but I like a little help, like, cause, you know, as far as, you know, the thickness of the tail, the thinness of the tail, all that comes into play. There's some real good people that are real good at carving bodies, and they've got it down. I've been doing them for a while, but definitely I got not perfect with them, for sure. So try to round this tail off where it's not so flat. I've run into that issue a little bit lately. And flat tails. And if you use pie tape like silicone or something, that's going to help you out a lot too. It sure will. Let's see what we got so far as the tail. So you can tell there's a big difference on the tail still yet. Okay. This is just a general guide anyway, but comes in handy for sure. I think I've got my width pretty good. It's just the maybe the tail area could use a little bit of touching up with it's too thick right here. Yeah, for sure. So and then this side. So it's good to use these templates over and over again while you're shaving. You have to think almost three-dimensional with them. Some people are really good at doing this kind of stuff though. Okay. All this right here tells me I need to go ahead and get it off. So I will. Oh yeah, coming across nicely. A little bit on down here, and then I'm gonna possibly start doing a little bit of test fitting before too long. Basically getting the profile as good as I can. The tail, and yeah, this tail's gotta have that. The thinner profile of the tail definitely needs to show. So. Some of this right here. Round this tail off a little bit better. Oh, that's the right there. I think, yeah, that's it. So already kind of round it off here. It's not so flat. Definitely don't need that. Don't need flatness here. So I'm kind of paying special attention to that tail. So I don't have a flat tail anymore. I don't want that. Okay. That's pretty close. Pretty close. match up. Very good match up. Straighten everything up and put my lines back in, and it should be about the last time I have to do it. Okay, I think that's a lot of fun. You get the idea. Won't be long. Okay, this is kind of what we got. Pretty close, at least for the pre-fitting. Let's see if it fits. So we're gonna let the crappie sit in the borax for about 14 hours or so, minimum, and then we're gonna give him a shot and see if it fits. Okay, I've got my crappie body. I want to do kind of a pre-fit to see how he's going to fit. Okay, I don't want too large, but I definitely want to make sure he's getting his fish back, if you know what I mean. So that goes like that. Well, it's lining up good right there. This down here is kind of a different story a little bit. Let's see. Okay. Well, that's pretty much a good fit, actually. Wow. I just got to take a hair bit more off. Still a little bit big, the form is. I run into that quite a bit. So I'll put him back in his solution. He's fine. Just doing a pre-fit with him, that'll work. And I know a lot of it is this right here. He's actually fitting pretty good up there. He's fitting good there. I'm going to try cutting some of this off right here. I hate having to do it, but it can make a world of difference. Cutting some of this off right here. So right there. Okay. And this is kind of what it's all about. Doing the pre-fitting and shaving stuff down. And sometimes I don't have a point there. Sometimes I have just a bunch of clay in the top of the brain pan. And that does the same thing. So, you know, we've got options right there. To, yeah, we got options to do a few things here. So I'll just keep cutting this. I'll whittle it back down, sand off the corners real good. Try to remember the anatomy matters and make sure this guy's a neat job done. I'll try it again. And I'll get back with you after I may take a little bit of this belly right here off. Just a little bit. And see if we can't get a good matchup. It don't take much, just right. There's a little bit off right in here. Very little. So I'm thinking that'll do it right there. So you can see I'm just going to trim that off. I'm going to do it quick. I'm going to get right here and take it off this way. You see how I trim the belly even on both sides too, to try to make sure I keep up with the anatomy on this guy. And this is actually a good place for the belly. So, make a little bit of a belly area right here. Okay. Okay. Clean this stuff off. We're going to go right back at it, see if it fits. Well, look here. This is a pretty good fit. Let's put a little clay up in the head area. There's where the throat latch goes. This throat latch right here has to go up here like that. Okay. Look at that perfect match. Look at that. I can work with that now. Let's see, that goes there. And right there. There we are. That fits good enough. Anyway, so I'll put a little clay in him. Yes, he's fitting. Oh yeah. Okay, he works. So we're good on that. I'll get a little clay and probably put up in the brain pan a little bit. But first we're gonna put in that the wood body. Here's just a piece of plywood that I cut out. And I'm gonna put it right. Let's see, about right. Probably about right here, like that. Yeah. So then I'll get me a marker and trace him out and bondo him in. Okay, I went ahead and cut me out a piece of wood, just plywood, and used a jigsaw. And it's not a perfect square, but it'll work. I'll center it where I think I'm going to shoot a screw in it. And I'll go right here. Tracing him out, in other words. There we are. I'll just Dremel it out. I like using the Dremel tool because it's so neat, you know. So, and just remember it's a right turn, so that definitely needs to be on this side. This way the fish is going to be mounted. So, just want to let you know. And I'll get my Dremel tool set up and I'll Dremel that out. Okay, what I got here is my little Dremel tool. I got like a little sanding bit. And I could choose to either glue or bondo this in. I may bondo it. Bondo is hard to beat. It's not going to come out. But we're going to go ahead and Dremel it out. And we'll even pre-fit this to make sure it fits good, you know. Obviously got to go a lot deeper, so okay, it's getting pretty close. See what it fits like. Make it a little bit wider, looks like. See if it fits. That's a good fit. Maybe a little bit further down on the corners. Just another swipe. Let's go a little bit deeper. I don't know about you, but that's a pretty good fit to me. I can live with that. And, well, it's going to be like that. Okay. Now I'll go ahead and just mix some Bondo and put it down in there, or hot glue, or whatever I'm going to use. Bondo is hard to beat.
I quit talking to you.
Okay, we got a little bit of Bondo. I'm going to go ahead and just put it in here. Make sure it's enough to do what I got to get done. And that will be. Should be plenty of there right there already. Okay. Now I still want to use up all that I got on my hardener. They don't take much. If I can keep from opening a new pack, I will. You know, so I'm going to grab my Bondo stick, grab all this good stuff here that I'm not going to waste, and use it for what little I got to use it for. Right down here in the corners, there's a bunch. Right down here in the corners. I'll go ahead and start mixing it now. It's just all that hardener, you know. That looks pretty good to me. Grab my stick, or my piece of wood, I should say. And that's a good fit. Plenty good enough. We'll let that dry for a few seconds and then we'll start mounting. Okay. I cut this point off, but I can build that up with clay a little bit. What I'm going to do is go ahead and get the fish out, let him kind of drip dry for a little bit. Okay, now a lot of times you can get a little bit of that clay and put right up there in the brain pan real good and kind of mash it in there, and so you don't have to worry about having the foam go all the way up in there, you know, per se. So it's already up in there. It looks like that. You can see where I put the clay up in the brain pan. Now, I want that good fit. So I'm going to mash that up into there. There we go. Okay, this has got to go up right here. A lot of times I will get a little help from staples and what have you. I will, like right up here in the throat latch area. Got one there. Staple gun starts messing up on me all the time. I don't know what's going on with it. It gets where it don't want to pop, you know, when you snap it. But if I grab it back here towards the end, that helps. So, but okay. So we got that. Alrighty. Okay, we got a good match right there. Okay. Let's see what we got here. This is to help it out while I'm trying to get everything lined up. Okay. Okay, those seem to line up pretty good right in here. Okay. A lot of times I'll put clay back here too, which is not a bad idea. I'll go ahead and do that. Actually, I probably could get these a little better. I got them pretty good though. There we go. Go a little bit on this side. What I got here is a little bit of clay. Put a little bit of clay right here on the ends, for good reason. A lot of times it wants to have like an empty dead spot there for some reason, so I'll put a little clay there. Can work it in, you know. And you can mash it in. Have a good smooth transition there, you know, which always helps. So, put a staple there, put him on his back, put a staple here. Here on his back. Helps, and we can, you know, spread his tail out like it needs to be. Okay, we got this part down here, which is the belly. Okay. Okay, that looks pretty good to me. Well. Hold. Okay. A lot of times I like to hug them up against me. Let's see. Let's see, we got that right there like that. Okay. Not too bad. Not too bad on this side. Alrighty. Okay. Okay, that is pretty well tied in there. It's supposed to be, but it ain't. Dadgummit. Okay, what happened? Let's see. Okay. Okay, and that goes over that. Now here's another little thing we do, and that is, I'll show you. Get me a long T-pin, well, as long as we can, now right here, you'll see this little V. I go right to that V. And I go up here. Connect that. There we are. Here we are. Now he's ready to go on a stick. He's a big old boy. No doubt about it. So, so we got right here. There we are. So we got here. A lot of people sew. You can sew. It's whatever you're, whatever you're used to using. Oops, a lot of staples. Okay, I've got me just some screws going through a, they call it a grade stake. Get them at Lowe's. Good and tight. And then I try to find me another hole, or make a hole, and give another screw. These are probably what I'm going to go through the crappie with too. That's not going nowhere. I'm going to get my crappie and go through my wood in the back. Got me about I think it's like 1 3/4 inch screw or something. It's not thick enough to go through the fish. already know that, so that'll should be plenty good enough right there. I want his body even, so I know I'm mounting him evenly, you know. That's pretty even. Okay. Yeah, I don't like the head being down like that. So, it's got a big, nice open head though. I do like that. Thinking about like I like that. There we go. That'll work for that. Okay, I'll start here at the bottom. I usually go by the first, go behind the first spiny dorsal, and use pins to make sure that fin stays up nice and good. Now put one at the back in front of the last spiny dorsal to to get where it'll pry open, you know what I mean? So that's what we're doing here. There we are. Okay, now we do the top. So the longer pins are a little bit better because they go farther into the fish. So I tend to like to use them if I've got them to use, you know. Okay. So we got this right here. Guys are losing scales like crazy. I don't always go behind the first one, but I'll definitely behind the second one. I got it. Okay, go behind the second one. Make sure it's good and open. That work? Let's see. Those are spread up pretty good. Okay. I'll go behind the second one, second spine again, and there you go, you have it right there. Then behind let's see. What is going on here? Oh God. Okay. Right behind here. Okay. Something to hold this pin up here. There we are. So he's getting good and spread open. Got a little bit of fin damage. That's normal though. That happens quite a bit. Okay. Now you can't go in from the rear. It's actually better to go in from the rear to do this. But I don't always do it, unfortunately. Sometimes it's just a lot easier to go in from the front. Okay, the bottom also. Here we go. Got a little bit of clay back here to help out. Okay, here I'm going to do this the same thing on the back one. Gonna go behind that first spiny dorsal. You can get through all that. Go behind the first spiny dorsal right here, and the wrong way, but okay, right there. There we are. These fish fins start drying quick too, I've noticed. So this almost looks like a hybrid, like he might have some white crappie in him or something. It definitely looks like it. He's got a little bit of what you could call a barring pattern. And of course, I don't know if that thing called hybrid vigor, I don't know if it works on crappies, but it definitely does on like stripe and stuff like that. But I'm going to go ahead and trace out a fin here. That's plenty right there. But you can see a little bit of my Sharpie pen mark. So I'm going to cut it. Like that. That's going to go like that. And I'm going to cut some of this off that I'm not going to need. And I'll make a copy of it. And one goes in the front, one goes in the back. And you clip it or use clothespins or both. I tend to sometimes go both. Sometimes it helps to make sure they dry out real quick. The fins do, unfortunately. So I got one on the back, one on the front. Sometimes you can help it spread a little by, you can sandwich it in there and that. Like that. Make sure it's good and flat. So that tail will dry good and flat. So we go on to the next fin and the next fin. Here's a little bit of a bend there, so I may incorporate that. Kind of like, just to help that out. So I got a little bit of bend there. You can barely see it, but there's kind of the bend in there. A lot of times I'll do this, kind of round the back off a little. There we are. That's going to match pretty good. Going to match real good. Now hopefully I got a piece that I can go ahead and trace that out like that. Well, actually, up here probably needs to go ahead and be rounded off like that. A couple of small pieces. I don't get too carried away on these right here too much. Just as long as it's wide enough to spread the fin out and hold it. That's all I'm worried about. And it obviously is. There we go. Go like this and go like that. Make sure he's all nice and spread out like he's supposed to be. And we get our little paper clips, which are always a good option, especially like on the gill. On the gills, I'll show you. I like to use paper clips on the gills. Now I'm going to do this. I usually do it from the rear. I'm going to try to do it from the front so you can see what's going on. But what I got is some pieces of like just some foam bird necking material. And I'm going to attempt to do this where you can see what's going on. But usually what I'll do is I'll go in maybe the last one right here. That's going to be okay, it's not going to be a thick one. It's going to be a relatively thin one. About like this. Okay. And what I'll do is I'll go to the last one, which is this one. And I will stick a piece of foam in there. And you should be able to see it, but if not, you'll be able to see the next one. Okay, I go in again, and here again I'm doing it so it's easily seen on your end. But I'll find the next one, which is that one. And I'll go in with a piece. I'll center it strategically in a way that it's gonna be seen. Okay, there we are. And still get the job done separating. And you do both sides this way. You go to the next one. Nope, it's this one. And then you go in with another piece. Like so forth. And of course, you go in with another one. I'm going to stuff the cheeks with mache. I've heard of people gobbing silicone in there. There's a lot of different things you can do, I guess. But I'll go ahead and round those cheeks out. And what I got is, got a mixing bowl, got cellulose insulation, which is just finely chopped up newspapers. And that's what we're going to pack the cheeks with. And plaster of Paris, which is this right here. So we just get enough that we know it's going to get the job done. That's plenty. It's going to dry real fast too, which is good. Get a little bit of water, mix in there. Make a good slurry. Mixing all this stuff together. What I like to do is get it in there, and I'll use my pinky finger to make sure it gets down in there real good. And sometimes I do it for a bass. He's not quite a bass, so but I'll make sure it's in there real good. And you can't overfill them, and that looks bad. Start making him look like a frog or something. You don't want to do that. Just a good uniform look. And I like to even put it up all in the eye socket and all that. It just seems like it helps it kind of hold its structure better if you go and just fill everything. So I go ahead and make sure he's all where he needs to be. And if he looks like he's a little bit puffy, you can push it back out, So that's kind of what we got going on. And that's good enough for me right there. And you do the other side the same way. Now I've used these on other fish, but if not, you just get your screening material and go in there and get like how you know it needs to be. Let's see. You can kind of round it off as close as you can. And on this, I just use one on the inside and use paper clips on the outside to hold it. I'll show you what I mean. Okay, I've got my piece kind of trimmed down and cut like I want it. And there we go, like that. You put one up here. I know I'm in the way of the camera. I know it. There we are. You get the idea. You got one there. You want to make sure you don't cover up those gills that you're trying to spread out. So you maybe we'll put one towards the bottom to kind of help it out. And on this side, make sure the gills are good and spread. Throw one here on the bottom. So forth. Just the way I was kind of showed. And I just keep using these old paper clips in that way. Okay, and you do the other side the same way. Okay, I'll see you here in a couple weeks, or a week, maybe a couple weeks, depending on how warm it is. He's going to have to dry. This crappie, he's dry. Waiting on the eyes. The eyes should be in probably tomorrow. But I'm going to go ahead and start taking all this stuff out. I use popsicle sticks to hold his mouth open, right? These are coming right out. I'll put these in to hold his head up. All these come off. I save that screening material. Everything can be reused. The clothespins, paper clips, even this screening material can be reused because it's the basic shape of a crappie fin or a possible bass fin later. Oops. Save all those. Pins come out. Sometimes you can get a little help, a pair of pliers or something. Grab hold and pull them out. Pretty well self-explanatory. It just comes off. All the pins come out. Paper clips come off. Sometimes they stick a little bit. Gotta work them off. Remember we separated the gills with foam things. I think they come out better from the front. Get that out. Oh, here's just a little foam thing that we separated the gills with. Go ahead and get all those out. Here's some scales that are kind of popped up. Some of them are still in place. Like here's one. This glue's got a mind of its own. But like there's one that's popped up, you know, just like you know, like so forth. I'll let that sit for a second. It should hold. Yeah, it's holding. Good thing about this super glue, it's good at bonding skin real good. So it does a real good job on that. And the one in front of it has a little bit to give. Stuff is tricky. Once it come out when you put the lid on, and once you apply pressure, it's already come out. That's a bummer. There. Okay. Right here. You just lay the screwdriver down on it. Leave it down long enough where it'll hold. And then it's perfect. There you go. Okay, here's this cigarette box vacuum material. Real good cardboard for this kind of stuff. Some people use milk, you know, cardboard milk boxes. So you got your options there. I just try to get as close as I can. Okay, there's the tail. You know, kind of mimicking the curvature of the body. In fact, that'll work. A lot of times people just use the, do it on the soft dorsal part anyway. But you can't go all the way through. A lot of people just do it on the soft dorsal part. Let's see what we got there. There we are. And like right just right there. Like that. It's pretty good like that. That is going to be the anal fin. So I'll even mark it anal. where that one goes. Then we do the soft dorsal and all that stuff. You got the curvature of the body, you know, is keep in mind. So we'll like we just kind of, you know, something like that. We'll cut that off. It just gives the fins a little bit of support, and that comes in handy. So, sorry to get in the way. Let me go up with it right here. And we've got something like, there we are. We go round, round. There we are, right there, like that. Uh-oh, had a little bit of an accident here. I hit it hard. Okay. No, that'll work. And now we do the well, let's do the let's go ahead and do there we go. That'll work. It doesn't have to be perfect. You're going to cut it and trace it out anyway. But you want to make sure you get all the fin can get in there. There's the peck. And we do the pelvics. And I think I've got an extra piece of cardboard here. It'll be fine for that. Yeah, right here. Okay. There we are. Now I'll put front. F for front, that's the front pelvic. Then you do one for the back as well. So it's just grab the old cardboard there and trace it out. Alright, then you put B on it. And we'll put glue on them. When I get my contact cement, what I'll do, go over all my fin tracings and also go over the back of my fins with my contact cement. And what that does is, you know, when you glue two sides of contact cement like you're supposed to do, it really does make things really stick good. So I go through all my fins that way. I'll let them kind of semi-dry. And I'll also put a coat on the back of the fins. And what this does is Makes a real good sure tight bond, and it's not going to come apart. So just do all the fins this way. Doesn't hurt to go ahead and do the. Just make sure you do them both. And some people even wait a day. Let the glue just sit on there and then come back tomorrow and connect them. I don't like to wait that long, but I've heard of people doing that kind of stuff. So, cardboard and all your fish. Let's go ahead and get that stuff up there. Go all the way to the ends with it. And you're going to place it where it might be a little indented in for whatever reason. Go ahead and get them. You cover all your fin tracings and all the back of your fins, let them dry real good, and I'll show you what we do next. Okay, now they're kind of drying up. There's a pectoral fin, so I'll go around. Okay, make this job a little easier. I cut out my pectoral fin. Now I go back in here and try to be as good with it as I can be. I may have to get in the camera a little bit here to be strategic with it. Well, that's about as good as it's going to get right there, so, yeah. To make sure it's, sticking real good. And you got to get something back there to kind of push with. So I get back there and kind of help it out a little bit. Make sure it's connected real good. Top to bottom, from the front to the back. Now these fins on the end, they'll try to curl up if they're not down. So make sure you try to get them all the way down connected. And there you go. Now, I don't know how important it is, a lot of people don't do it, but sometimes I'll get in between these grooves and push a little bit with like the back of a paintbrush, small paintbrush or something, just to make sure that skin is all in contact with that glue for a better seal. So do all the fins that way. Here, we'll do another one here. Some people cut them out first and then glue them, but it's just, to me, it's a lot messier and even harder than this to deal with. So I like to just kind of cut it out. The glue makes it a little hard on your turns, I guess you could say. But you just keep going like this. This is the soft dorsal. So just keep working at it. We've got some new techniques. It's kind of like an old school technique, I guess you could say. Match it up. I might have been in a better spot where I was at, but let's see what we got here. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, that'll work. Sometimes you don't always get it exact, but it's pretty darn good. Now, make sure it's connected all the way through. All the way to the end. Make sure the end of those fins, you know, where they fork out and get smaller, fin raise, and we'll make sure they're real good. Might get a little something here to kind of help me out, make sure everything is connected like it's supposed to, like it's supposed to be. There we are. He's in there good. All the way to the end. The end's not flayed up or anything. I'm going to try to do a good job matching this up. That's pretty good. And all the way to the end, you want these ends, like before, you want them to be connected all the way to the ends. Okay, there we are. Kind of get in between each fin ray and mat that stuff in. When you angle spray it, it'll help a little bit too. Maybe create more depth, just a little. So go ahead and get all this stuff kind of in. And on the bottom. Like that. Doesn't look bad. Make sure you get on these corners real good. There we are. Then we go to the back one, try to match it up good. Make sure it's in there real good. Connected all the way to the end. There we are. Run my fin over my grooves to get it to connect real good. This is the front one. Stuff sticks to your scissors. It's the only bad part about cutting them out after you glue them is it wants to stick to your scissors. Not sure which one of these is the exact one to go by, so we'll do that. In other words, I made more than one mark. We'll figure it out right here. Okay. Oh, good fit. There we are. Yeah. Yeah, that glue wants to drip down right on the end of those fins. And cause all kinds of trouble that way. Okay. Okay, get down in between them. The grooves, that is. There we are, all the way to the end. Okay. I've got my scissors, and a lot of times you can get closer by using the scissors and just kind of going around the ends of the fins and doing this number to them. All this. Now, to get even closer, I'll use a straight edge razor blade to get what the scissors couldn't get. Like right here in the corners. Right there. Let's see. I'll show something right here. Okay. It's actually pretty good on this side though, but a little bit came off right there. Right up here up top. Probably could have used scissors for this, but I didn't. But you see how close I am to the fin now? That is what you're after. All this up here needs to come off. Right here at the bottom. Let's see, right here. Scissors could have been used for this. But it's whatever you got. I usually go with the scissors first. Then I go back with the, like right here, there's a piece coming out right here. And I'll cut kind of like at a downward angle where I know I'm wedging it behind, where it's not going to show up, you know. And they come off, that's perfect. And you get the idea. Okay, I got some regular painter's cloth, and this stuff doesn't have all the silicone in it, so this ought to be more like what we're looking for as far as fixing the fins up. So let's see what it does. I'm going to wet my brush again. Let's see, I guess let a little bit get on here. And then stuff should be a lot easier to work with. Okay. doesn't hurt to go ahead and get the caulk good and wet too. So I think that's what I'm not doing. That's not helping, but just keep working with it. Let that water soften it up real good. In the meantime, I'm gonna get it coated real good. And so that's leaving streaks. That is supposed to mimic fin rays. So that's kind of what we got going on. Let's see. Get this stuff down in there real good. Yeah, okay. Now we make fin rays. You get the idea. Probably doesn't hurt to go out. Go out from it. Like that. There. 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 That's about as good as that's going to get. Here on the tail fin, the same thing. We get a little bit of that caulk in there. Painter's caulk. Don't want any more than what you need. The caulk will shrink a little bit because it's not doesn't have silicone in it. This stuff doesn't. It's a lot easier to work with as far as this stuff, but it will. Okay, let that work in. A little bit of water. You got to kind of work with it for a second, looks like. Okay. Not too bad right in here. Don't want to do any more than I need to. I can keep from it. That's a bad spot right there, though. Okay. Okay, fix that up. I'll make some strokes in just to spread it out. And then I'll make some strokes out too. Okay. A lot of times I'll even spray the caulk itself, you know. Make sure it's good and wet so it's soft and pliable. Okay. This fixes up all those split ends on those fins. Does a good job. Okay. Yeah, I guess you can go in too, but going in looks pretty good. Just whichever way works best for you. Going in, I think, actually works better. I'm going to leave it like that. There we are. Okay, then we got another fin right here. Oh, this ending wanting to stick. Huh. Wow. Okay. Here's a bad spot. There's a couple of bad spots. There. That should be enough to fix what ails it right there. Okay. A little moisture on those. Let that work into that caulk. It eats it up pretty good, is what it does. Not eats it up, but it softens it up. It's a better word. There's a bad split on that one right there. Go down there. Let's see, here's a bad split on that one. Okay. Work this stuff in for a little bit. Okay. Okay. Let's get that covered up a little better. Outward strokes seem to really do a good job. I'm just going to leave it at that. Go in with it, bring it in. This one doesn't have any details, so I'm not shy about it. Go in, go out. Where to come in from the out and going in. Okay. At least for me it does. And a lot of times what I like to do, some people don't mess with it, but if there's a dent right here, there's some denting right here, I may go ahead and, since we're waiting on the eyes to come in tomorrow, I'll fill that dent up. That's part of the back. It's going to get, it's going to be dark anyway. So it doesn't bother me to do this, you know, to smooth out a little bit of that caulk on there. You know, I don't want to cover up anything good, that's for sure. But sometimes I get like a popsicle stick or something, and it's kind of indented all the way down into there. Here we are. That's kind of got it. Okay. I got it. Okay. There's indented right there, and a little bit of water on a popsicle stick. Smooth that stuff out where it's not so bad. And that doesn't bother me at all to do this. Okay. See a little bit more. There's an indentation right here. Just above the eye. I'll go ahead and get that too. A little bit on my finger here. There we are. You know, a lot of people leave this bare, and a lot of people will throw caulk over that. And it's all fish have it. When they dry right up there on top of their head, it gets wrinkled and grooved right in this area. You know, it happens to bass and everything. And I guess the customers will let you know if you need to do something about it or not. But a lot of them don't mind if it's left alone. You know, no caulk or nothing to fill it in up there. I usually don't mess with it, but I will this time, since we're waiting on the eyes. So, kind of the thing we're doing. We're waiting on the eyes. So, okay. And I'll show you what else we do. I don't know if you can notice it too good, but there is a hole right here. And I usually fill in behind these gills with caulk. So basically I just want this all good and smooth. It don't take much. Just a little bit of caulk here and there, you know. Get a little squirt here. Go on the end of my brush, or not my brush, but my popsicle stick, and stay behind the gills. Always helps. There we are. Well, they're right here to smoothing that off. Right here in that throat latch area, you want it to look pretty good if you can get it to. So there we are. There we are. Well, that looks good enough for me. There's just a hole right there that needs to be taken care of, you know. So that's how we do that. Okay, now we're going to do the back, and pretty much all this up through here. I was taught to use contact cement and paper towels, but I don't always do that. You basically run down the length of the fish, and you just want something back there. I just caulk it up, that's what I do. Whoops. And there's some indented places up here. I go ahead and smooth that up. It's on the back where you're not going to see it that much anyway, but still. I will get it. And get a little water on my finger. Water seems to help better than anything. Getting this stuff. Oh, this is the back, but get rid of some of those dents, you know. Get my popsicle stick and kind of smooth things out. Get it as good as I can. I don't get too crazy with it, but get rid of some of these dents is a good thing. Down here, and we got some work inside the gills. I'll show you that too here after a while. Let's see how I kind of just smooth that out, make it look a little better. Smooth out down here, make it look a little better. Okay, there we go. Okay, and I'll show you a little bit inside the jaw, or yeah, behind the gills. Okay, I just kind of used a brush. It looked better than what I was using. They're just kind of smoothing everything where it needs to be. And yeah, brush looks better, definitely. You know, for the back. So it just, at least it's not something bare back there, you know. Okay, got a little bit of a, well, I did a little bit of damage to him too. I didn't do a super good job skinning him out, but I like to smooth back in here with my caulk. And right up in here I may put some caulk. Yes. And right up in here. And let's see. Right down here at the bottom here. This is on the back. Not as super important, but still kind of important. So we'll do a number on it with the caulk, I guess you can see. I think I'll use my brush to kind of help me out for a second. Get in here and see, it looks like you can get this down here first. And try not to get in the way. I just want it to look, you know, good and a little bit cosmetic on the back here. Basically what it is right there where the throat is, there's like a empty hole where his gullet is. And we don't want that if we can keep from it. So basically all this is getting doctored on here. Of course, it's the back. It's not what everybody's going to see, but still. Back here, all this right here, here we are, all this, smoothing it out. Right in here into the, you see right in there in the brain pan, I put some clay in there, and basically the caulk is going over the brain pan, and so that's kind of what we got going on. look neat if we can. Probably easier said than done. Okay. Now, that's the back. Yeah, I'm good enough for that. You see it's kind of blocked off. There's not a lot of stuff showing. And that's what you want. I think it's good just like it is. Good enough for me. Brush actually seems to do a better job. You can see how that is in there. That's kind of good enough. Got a little caulk on the gills. I'm not going to worry about it. You can get them off if you want to. Of course, it is all the rear. But kind of clean up as good as you want to. Now we're just going to let him dry. And we'll install the eyes when they come in. Okay, yep, forgot to, a lot of times I'll put him an anus back in. Okay. What I like to do, let's see, that right. Well, if I can get it on there. Yeah, that'll work. Okay. I'll get my brush. Not my brush, but my little handy little Fingers come in real handy doing this stuff. Even Q-tips help. Okay, that looks pretty good. I'll grab me a fresh Q-tip here. And get it good and wet. But what I'll do is I'll go right in the middle of it and go in. I guess you can do it like this. There you go. Now he's got a anus like he's supposed to have. We'll go around and make sure it looks good on both sides. There we are. Now you got an anus. That's how it's done.
Seeming.
Okay, now to put these eyes in, I already put the other eye in, but I'm going to show you on the back side. I just get my Dremel tool and Dremel all that mache out of the cheek area, or out of the eyeball area. Now there are better bits you might want to use, but since I got this one on, I'm going to go ahead and get the job done with this. Just dremeled it out. Let's see. Let's do a pre-fit. See these crappie eyes? They got a black streak down them. I have been known to just get a regular pair of general purpose eye and put the black streak in it and call it good. I have done that. So you've got options there. Okay, I dremel that a little bit, and then I'll pre-fit it. I'll put my eye in there. Can't see nothing through it. Everything is smoking. Okay. And I angle the pupil up towards the nostril, hole. And that's kind of the way I do it. So I angle the pupil up like towards the nostril hole. And you know, I don't want yeah, the nostril goes up like that. Well, first I pre-fit it, and I find out it can fit good, and it can. So that's obviously a good fit. So I'll take it out and shoot a little caulk in there to get a little something to stick to. Maybe a little caulk in. I'll angle the point of the pupil looking forwards, and I have it kind of like up towards the eyes where I tend to do it. And that's just how I've been doing it. I don't want to angle in too far in the front, really. But I'll even it up with the other eye. The other eye has a little bit of an angle to it. I'll go ahead and do it here too. That looks pretty good. You know, in comparison to the other eye, it's about the same. Okay. I think you can see that? Yeah. Get a little water on my finger to start with. Round. Here. Got a wet Q-tip, and I might put a little bit in front of the eyes, I think so. Around the back. Wet a Q-tip again a little bit. I'll use my finger first. I do better with my finger. I'll just wet my finger a little bit. And get everything kind of where I want it to be. Then I can go back with a Q-tip and make sure the eye is good and clean. I'll wet my Q-tip. Start going around where I want it. Pretty good looking eye. Smooth everything off around it. Pretty good. Pretty good with it. That's his eye. Now, you see anything else? Like any dents or anything you need to fill up? There's a little bit of a dent right here. I got it on the other side. I don't got it on this side. I'll go ahead and kind of fill it in. It ain't much, just a little. There we go. Okay, get my finger. Make sure you keep your finger good and wet. No, it's good to me. Can you cover up his nostrils or anything there? Now you let him dry and you put a paint job on him. Let's see. Yep, now all we're going to do is let him dry and then we're going to put a paint job on him. Okay, now if you got to paint it right away, base coat sealer is hard to beat. Hard to beat. It sprays right through the airbrush, and it dries like all the other paints real quick. A couple minutes or something or less. But if you got time, I'm using this to brush some of the dust off. Where I would dremel the eyes in. I put the eyes in. I left some stuff on there for sure. So making sure all that's real nice and good. And what I'm going to do is, just go ahead and bust it. Got the dust off. I like to use sanding sealer, and it's some really good stuff. And they say it's good to mix it up. I just use this stuff. It's by Minwax, of course, and it's sanding sealer, and it's good to stir it up with like a popsicle stick or something. And then here's one. So I'll just get it and mix it up real good. They say it's good to mix it up periodically. Of course, with the amount of time it's going to take to brush some stuff on this guy, it's not going to matter that much anyway. I want to make sure I get the fins real good, get them coated real good. And now this is if you're like not in a super big hurry. I think this is what they used to use at one time when it's all they had to use, was a sand and sealer. They used to have to use sand and sealer. They used to have to use car paint, to paint fish with. That's been a long time ago, so thank goodness things have changed since then. So go ahead and get it real good everywhere on the body. I'll leave it up to you if you want to go over the eyes. It's a lot of times because I overspray, and I usually end up cleaning the eyes off anyway. I don't worry about putting it on the eyes. But there you go. Again, it's up to you. Good thing about base coat sealer, you can get it right in there and use it on the gills. You don't have to worry about trying to get a brush in there and all that stuff. So, and I may do that yet. Just use, base coat base coat sealer for the gills when I get ready to paint it. Because it only takes just a little bit for it to dry. So that's probably the way I'd handle that. And usually just, I don't get carried away. One coat's good enough for me. And, yeah, definitely, it accepts paint really well. So that's another good plus with it. So. I may go ahead and add the crappie painting video to the end of this, so you don't have to worry about trying to scroll back and find it. It'll be right on here. So I may go ahead and do that for you. Yeah, base coat sealer comes in handy for inside the mouth and everything. It sure does. So good thing about this stuff is it's thick, and it because of that, it can help out in a lot of ways. But you kind of get the idea. You can paint the inside of the gills if you can get to them. But also get the back too. You get the back real good. You can't get where you carved it, of course, but everything else you can go ahead and get. Let that dry and put a paint job on it. Now we're going to paint a black crappie. If you notice, all the marks are basically the marks showed through, and we just went over the marks that were already there. And as far as the fins, what marks didn't show, we used the black Sharpie pen and marked them back in. And the paint that we used, the black Sharpie pen, has a way of showing through, which gives us the advantage of seeing our marks. So that's why I tend to use a black Sharpie pen whenever I can. So all I got to do is basically, I'm in a tracing mode where all I have to do is trace everything I see and just darken it back in. But let's get started. Your fins are real good and white and make a good mount. Just, you can just use your Sharpie pen and go around all these. At least towards the extremities where you think it's going to be hard to see them. And you can just kind of do this. They actually make circles, but you can't really see it right now. But that's basically what they are. They almost look like lines. Sometimes it's almost like what they are. But they're actually circles that connect on the spiny rays of the tail fin. And as you get towards the end, you get more circles, They get smaller, I guess you could say. But I have just made dots, and the dots look good too. And I'll try to show you that maybe a little bit later too. And, if you got a lot of fin repair work, you can also cover it up by doing this too. Now actually, if you want to whiten the fins real good, you can even mark all your fins up. And you know, your spiny dorsal even, and your soft dorsal, they all have them marks on there that are hard to replicate. Well, you can replicate them, but if they're there, take advantage of the Sharpie pen and go ahead and mark them in. And that's what we're going to go ahead and do. And I'll show you what I do from there. I don't mess with, all I mess with is the spiny and the soft dorsal, the anal and the tail fins. And them the only fins I mess with as far as doing this. Even the lower belly, some of these marks down here, if you want to, you know, replicate those, you can just put them back in. Because when you whiten it, if you want a good bright fish, you want to make sure it's pretty good and white, and then there's a pretty good pearl on there too. But the only problem is a lot of times these spots disappear. They're easy to put back in, but if they're already there, you know, you can use a Sharpie pen. It's not a necessity. And you don't have to go up high, just far as you think you need to go, because the white fades up on the side of the belly anyway. And these marks up here are pretty dark anyway. So you just want to get what you think you'll probably end up covering up. And that would be just pretty much right at the bottom. That's all you got to worry about. And that's it. Now we're going to go to our next step, which is white. We're going to whiten the belly. I use off-white on all my freshwater fish. That's what we're going to use. Now a lot of people, when they do skin mounts, they'll leave the fins just like they are, and I think sometimes that has kind of a dead look that'll show through your paint job. And I try to eliminate that dead look showing through my paint job any way I can. That includes the fins, and not so much the body part, but the fins and like maybe areas around the cheek or something on a fish, you know, where it'll have that dead yellow orange look. And I cover that up any way I can, and one way is to go ahead and use a Sharpie pen on as far as bringing out the real marks of the fish. That way I can go ahead and brighten my fins up as bright as I want them to be. And that's what we're going to do. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and whiten the belly on this thing. And I'm going to go ahead and whiten the fins too. And as much white as I put around the belly, if I didn't use a Sharpie pen, I'd cover up a lot of them marks, especially on the fins, the lower fin. Now when you use this white, as long as you don't cover the marks up, you can go as high as you want, because all that means is you're going to have a brighter fish. Your end result is just going to be a brighter fish, as long as you don't go so dark that you cover up the marks. So there you go. That, you know, you'll actually come up with a brighter fish, you know. And the pearl against this kind of, you know, the pearl's going to be an extra help too. It's going to help out a lot. But you still want to feather it out. You know, you can get carried away with a white and put on too much. And if you don't want to use white on the fins, you know, you can just go ahead and leave them like they are. And then proceed to, and then just wait until another step as far as putting the marks on. When you start tracing the marks, that's when you first start putting color to the fins. You can do it that way too. As long as you don't cover the marks up, you can have a good light fish. You know, the brighter the better. You know, you got a bright fish, but you're still using reference as far as what counts, which is the marks. And remember, we're also putting pearl on here too. I can whiten these up almost as much as I want. The marks are still going to show through. This technique comes in real beneficial on some of my other fish that I paint, which you'll see. Okay, now we're going to go to white pearl. Make sure you whiten under the jaw and all that good enough before you go to your next color. Make sure everything's that's supposed to be white's white, the inside of the mouth, etc. Okay, I went ahead and whitened the inside of my mouth, and if you notice, I went ahead and put a little bit of paint right in here and right around in here. Places it normally on the skin mount, especially in the tinny method, they'll get real yellow and orange over time and look nasty. So I go ahead and put a little extra white around in there, and what that does, that covers up that dead look, and then when you put your other colors on, you don't see it. And another good thing is, you know, after you've done reproductions and having to put all your colors back in anyway, the fact that you've done that will give you confidence in knowing what you can cover up and what you can't. You know, like right in here, all this is going to be painted again, and the overspray is going to hit back in there, so it gives you confidence. You go ahead and sheet over that old yellow, orange looking stuff, because you know you're going to put your colors back in and it's going to look better. Okay, now we've got white pearl, and we go ahead and pearl the entire fish, heavier on the belly. What we're doing, all the white we put on there, we're wanting to pearl up. So that's what we're going to do. Go ahead and pearl the jaw, the mandible real good. It's going to pearl everywhere the white went. You're going to pearl the belly, make sure the belly's good and pearl, even the fins. Now these are colors that go under the, we got a darker color up on top, see? And this fish doesn't have a whole lot of color. We're not going to apply a whole lot of colors to this fish. The only red, we're not going to use red on the fins or anything like that. The only red would be on the gills, you know. Go ahead and carry this pearl on up. Go ahead and pearl the entire fish. You could probably go too heavy with it, just be careful. But put quite a bit on there. A medium to medium heavy coat, that'd be good. Like I said, we got colors going over. And the pearl, you know, if it shows through some of these other colors, that's going to look pretty good. In fact, that's what we want. You can even pearl inside the mouth if you want to. Okay, I'm going to go ahead and mist the fins, the yellow ochre, and the whole bottom side of the fish with it. And that's what we're going to do right now. Just a light coat. Just to give like a hint of the color. Some people just put it on the fins. Some people don't put it on the fins. Some people use bronze. Some people don't put it on the side of the fish. I've known people just leave the side of the fish white, and they have a brighter colored fish because of it. But I go ahead and put on the lower jaw, even the mandible a little bit. Even the side of the fish gets it. Kind of helps give the fish a little bit of depth too, it seems like. You know, it's a little extra color that's on there. And you go ahead and do the belly too with it. And this is a light coat, but it's an even coat. It's on there. You can see it. If your fin sticks out, make sure it's behind there. Now I've seen fish, I've looked at reference and seen this color, so it's on there. And just a light coat over the whole entire fish. Even the belly. Okay, now to our next color, which is going to be blue. Sailfish blue is a good color. Okay, now we're going to use sailfish blue. We're going to go, depending on the size of the fish, but about 1 inch below the lateral line. You don't want to make a definite stripe, but you want to be able to see it, in other words, because it adds to the mount. And then you can go about the same height above the lateral line, or if you want to, go ahead and carry it in the back, because it does go into the back. I've seen that not only in picture reference, but in live reference. Actually noticing it on the fish. And the fins also get a light coat. You may want to put all your blue on before you put your yellow on. But either way, it'll work both ways. And always card your fin. Gotta watch out for overspray, you know. Okay. Okay, you also want a little bit just right behind the eye. Okay, that's fine right there. A little right here would be fine. Okay, now our next color is going to be black green, and that's what's going to finish our fish out. Unless you got your gills open, you know you put a paper towel inside the mouth and go ahead and paint your gills red. But since this is a closed gill, all we have to worry about is black green, which is our last color. Okay, now we're going to use black green and go over everything. And the trick with this color is when you go over everything, just go over it once. Because if you go over it more than once, you'll end up with the marks being too dark. Believe it or not, you can do that. Now the first thing we're going to do is go ahead and put the fin markings in. Basically, every mark that's on the fish, you can get carried away with and put them in. See how I'm doing this too? There's a pattern. You can see a pattern of the visible dots. And some of them connect, but they almost make like a line kind of going up towards the body of the fish. So basically all I'm doing is replicating that. Although they're actually spots, they're actually almost like lines. And not only that, when we angle spray, it almost, it takes care of it breaks up the line effect a little bit and makes them almost like spots anyway. So I sit there and make spots when you're going to break it up by angle spraying anyway. And we do the same with this. And remember, just go over them once, because if you don't, it's going to show. It's going to be a big contrast, too dark. And it looks pretty bad, actually, when you do that. And I found out the hard way. Now you can go ahead and just go dot, make a row of dots kind of round around like that. And, not make it just straight cupped around, but you can actually break it up and make the dots go out a little bit and then go in and out and then in. And that has a good effect also. And I have done that before. And it's just like on a smallmouth. You want all the lines to be about the same darkness. You don't want some being real dark and some not as far as the detail. And you want it all about the same color, or the same pitch, I guess you could say. You don't want some of them bright and then some of them dark. And then we go back and darken the back with it after we highlight the fin rays with it. So this is the last color, you could say, but we also put gloss on it. That's our last color. And some people use gold pearl a lot, missing a gold pearl in the lower part of the body. You can do that too if you desire. Now towards the end of the fin, the spots get more pronounced. They actually look like they become more like spots. And I may actually make the spots coming towards the end of the fin. And I'll show you what I mean when I get there. So they're actually turning into dots. It all depends on how much time you want to spend on the fish. You can't go wrong when you trace over Mother Nature, that's for sure. And the marks that are already there, you can't go wrong. The only thing you're going to do is have a better looking fish. You know, you may have spent more time on it, but you'll have a better looking fish because of it. See how I'm doing that? And they almost turn into like a lot of little circles. And a lot of these are visibly present, so it's not like I'm making them up, they're actually on the fish. Although if you had to do reproduction, if you could remember this, you could replicate it. Okay, now we're going to do all the fins. We don't worry a whole lot about going all the way to the very end because that's going to get darkened up just like we do with bass. And so we're going to go to this fin and do it the same way. And we're not going to worry about these 3 fins right here. We're going to go ahead and do the body and everything else. Everything that's on the fish that's dark, we're going to go ahead and do it. So I'm going to go ahead and do that other fin. I think it's good for you to go ahead and see how I'm doing the dorsal fins. The same way I did this, I made the lines kind of graduate up into here. And I went ahead and went down on my pressure on my airbrush a little. But it's because I felt like I had to. So although these are really just circles, the fact that we're going to highlight the fin rays kind of eliminates a step in a way. Except towards the end where it gets where you have to do it. Toward the end, they're starting to turn into circles. And we go ahead and put that in there. You go ahead and do that to the whole fin, and then we're going to go on and do the body. Okay, as you can see right here, I've graduated up into doing the rest of the body. And you do everything this way. You're just going over the marks. And remember what I said about just going over them once. Seems to be, I don't know what it is, but you can put them on too dark. See how I'm doing that? Where you just gotta, you can break it up and even start in different areas of the fish. It's the most time-consuming part of that fish is to do that. But when you do that, you have excellent results, as I'm going to show you. So all you're doing is tracing over all the marks that you see. Everything that you see, you're going to go over it with one coat of the black green. I'll do the body a little bit more. The main thing is make sure you've got good control over your airbrush. Make sure it's doing what you want it to do. You know, not doing what it wants to do, but doing what you want it to do. And there's a lot of things that can go wrong. You can be even using the wrong kind of paint or something, you know. But you want them thin enough to do what you want it to do. Even the minute dots makes a difference. Every little thing that you see, go ahead and darken it up. Because all it's going to do is make it look more realistic. We're going to go ahead and do that, and I'm going to show you how I do the head, which is the same way. But I'll show you how I do the head. Okay, we just keep going along, and just everything that's dark, go ahead and darken it up with an even coat. Even around the bone and stuff, you know, the bony part around the face, in between the cheek and the gills, anything that's dark on there, go ahead and darken it up. And you want to get as good as you can around this fin that's here on the side. But what's behind the fin, don't worry about it because you can't see it anyway. This is kind of time consuming. I suppose you can cheat a little, but you can also get pretty quick, you know, at just going ahead and going over everything you see. You can get pretty fast at it. You get your paint flowing good, you can pretty much move on. And one thing's for sure, you'll get repeat customers for doing your crappie this way. I've seen crappie that looked like they weren't even painted, they just looked like they had gloss on them. And you definitely want to spend more time on a crappie than that. Your customer deserves more than that, I think. They tend to get thicker and denser and more connected as you go towards the top. But don't worry about that. Go ahead and just, everything that's dark, go ahead and put it. Go ahead and go over it one time. Okay, now we're on the head. And it's just the same thing. If it's dark there and looks like it should be dark, go ahead and put it in. You can't go wrong because you're replicating Mother Nature and you can't go wrong there. And we don't worry about the eye because we'll get that later. When we paint the top of the fish, I have a tendency on my bass and just about anything that's in the bass family, well, even my walleye, I tend to go around the eye anyway, real dark right through here, and all this gets real dark, and then I tend to go up through here, and then I start fading out up through here. But I'll show you what I mean. Now, angle spray is going to add a little bit to this too, and that's going to help highlight the scales also. Even on top of the head, go ahead and do it on top of the head. Anywhere it looks clear and where it looks darker in between the clear, go ahead and go over it one time with the black green, with a good steady coat of the black green. And I'll show you what it looks like when it's done. Okay, we're going to go ahead and do the jaw, the mouth area, the mandible and the tip of the jaw. So this is just with the detailing. When we start painting the back, we do a little bit more. Okay, that's plenty right there. Now here's a technique that I use on virtually all my fish. And if you're just learning to do fish, it's probably a good thing to do. But okay, now when you're painting, you're wanting to go around the eye, and there you go ahead and kill out that white caulking that you put your eye in with. It's all taken care of. And even this right here, I tend to paint it. I go ahead and paint it also. So I painted that. and I got around the eye. All this up here is all dead and brown anyway. Now right here on top of the mouth, I guess you could say right in between the mouth, it's almost like the nose area, there's a dip. Well, I'll go ahead and hit from the front with it. And here's the overspray technique right here. When you go down the side, I can paint the lip and what's behind the lip at the same time by using overspray. See that? I don't know if you can see it, but I do virtually all my fish that way. And then on the inside, there's a little bit of the nose area that needs to get painted too. And I'll try not to get in the way too much. Now if the mouth is open or there's a bass, you can see a little bit better. You can even do it from this end and let a little bit of angle spray work for you too, see? See how that works? And you basically got your mouth painted the way you want it. Do the other side the same way. Let the overspray work for you to help color up the mouth. You also got to do in here this kind of a dark fish anyway. But see how I kind of went down on the lower jaw a little? That's fine. And, you know, we're angle spraying. We're bringing out scales and doing the back and all kinds of neat stuff. And that's what we're doing here. And, you know, you can even hit from the front. And bring out some of the scales, you know. But what we're going to do, we're going to go ahead and hit from the top. And we may even do a little bit of darkening in the breast area and all that, but we're going to go ahead and go to the back for now. Okay, we're going to go ahead and darken the back up a little bit. And this is obviously a male crappie anyway, so it's going to be kind of dark. And not only are we darkening the back, we're going to highlight some of the scales too to try to bring the fish to life. See how I'm angle spraying? Kind of like from the top front. And the more of an angle you put on it, the better it's going to hit the scales you want it to hit. If that makes any sense. And yeah, even the cheeks, you know, they have scales too. And yeah, if it can hit them cheeks, and you know, it can help it too. I guess if there was a bright part of the crappie, it would be the stomach. We're going to go ahead and highlight the fins now. Okay. Remember, when you highlight the fins, I call it highlighting, but I guess angle spraying is the right word. So I'm doing that, and I'm going to angle it a little bit better where I can see what I'm doing. and we'll spray them. Now if your crappie comes out kind of dark, I mean that's not abnormal, because they are pretty dark. And a lot of times when I paint the back, the very lower part of the fin, I go ahead and darken it with the back a little bit. I found that to be a pretty good little technique. And then when I darken the eye, this area right above the gill plate, I tend to get it kind of dark. And then I'll try to abruptly fade it up into the back area. You want contrast. You don't want the side to be as dark as the back. So it takes a little bit of control to make sure you don't accidentally darken the side too much. And now we're going to go ahead and highlight the other fins also, and I'm going to get in a position where I can do that better. I'm going to go ahead and try to get these other fins here. And remember, overspray will go as far as it can. So that overspray, how it really adds to the fish a little. Go ahead and get these front fins while I'm at it. I think you get the idea here. Okay. Now go ahead and do the tail. Darker towards the end, probably more so than the inside. Fade out as you get towards the body. Do that on all fins. Want a good highlight though. Okay. Now we're going to go ahead and now is what I guess you could consider highlighting the fins or taking care of the outer edges of the fin. And I'm fixing to show you what that is. And I'll go ahead and show you what that is right now. And it's basically what I do to every fish, you know. There is exceptions though. And I guess as far as a technique or pattern, I tend to get the top of the spines and then I'll just kind of cut down into the skin that's in between the spines, and after a while I get almost like a rhythm to it. You see I've done that? And then I'll get here and go ahead and darken the end of this up. Try not to get in the way too much. But if you feel like you need to go down a little farther, you can do that too. And if you feel like, you know, the outside's too dark, you can blend it in by angle spraying a little bit more. And blend in where it's a little bit too dark on the outside. And when you do this, there's even a technique for doing this to make it look good. You know, you just want to kind of get in there on the very end and feather it into the angle sprayed spiny rays of the fin that you've already angle sprayed. And there again, if you feel like it's too pronounced, you blend it in by doing a little bit more angle spraying here. You know, to try to bring everything together a little bit. And of course, you go ahead and do the bottom fins the same way. Now, a lot of your crappie you do are going to be a lot lighter than this. This is a dark fish, probably a male. I mean, I wouldn't swear to it, but go ahead and do the bottom fins the same way. I tend to keep the darkening of the end of the fins right on the bottom. Right here on the point on the end. Like that. I do the other one the same way. It's right there on the very bottom and bottom of the fin all the way. Yeah, just like that. And then right here, just the tip part of it. And if you want, you can even put a maybe a couple of dots like that in there, you know. And you don't want to extend out to the end of the fin. And you can even leave it alone, not do nothing with it. You can even darken the breast up if you want to a little. Or you can leave it alone. But that's your fish. See it right there. And we're going to go ahead and gloss it and clean that off, and I'll show you what it looks like. Also, use this color to paint the back of the fish, you know, the back of the fins, the seam line where you mounted it, and go ahead and use that on everything on the back. Go ahead and paint the back. Okay, now we're going to go ahead and gloss the fish, and we're going to set the paint with what they call flash coat. A lot of people use a special airbrush for this, you know, for high volume, but a regular airbrush will work also. It's not a necessity. Let's start painting a whole lot of fish. Now, if this part's too bright, you can always use maybe gold pearl there. I've seen people do that. Bronze. I've used bronze there before. I've heard of people using bronze metallic, doing the lower jaw and all that down through there. and going all the way up to where the blue stripe is on the fish. Let that dry for a minute and go over it with a good thick wet coat. And that concludes our fish. Now you can adjust your air compressor to spit out a lot more paint. Of course, by the time you do that, you've already got your fish gloss. And what I like to do, I like to go over this with polyurethane gloss. It just really helps. And it gives the fish more depth than this kind of gloss all by itself. The polyurethane gives the fish more depth. And to me it makes all the difference in the world, especially like on a largemouth. It makes a difference. And for some reason I haven't had good luck using like red. I tend to like put a little bit of red on my fins, but for some reason on a crappie it just doesn't look right to me. I may be putting it on a little bit too loud. I guess maybe just a little bit, like, you know, where the body connects to the fin. I guess that would look okay. But me personally, I like to leave well enough alone, and I just don't mess with any red or flesh or anything. And remember, I'm going to go over this with polyurethane gloss too, so that's really going to liven everything up. So I don't get too carried away on that. I just waste my gloss. And that concludes our fish painting schedule for a... And this is how you mount a crappie on a carved body.